Good morning, top of the morning to you. It's Friday. Um, let's try this. Okay, y'all know I still navigate my way around this piece. Okay, so go ahead. You should have your journal sheet ready. Right now, I've been using a notebook, but I still use that journal sheet as a template. You're welcome to download the free version so you can follow alongside with me on the Discord Trader SQ85. Um, and then I also have a free digital post trading journal where you can put everything in. It will give you the metrics of what your P&L are, what your which it will show you especially for the monthly, which is why I love even the handwritten monthly calendar to see like, hey, do I do better on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays? It will let you identify if you have 17 trading trades, whether it's FOMO or trading responsibly with risk management, so on and so forth. I happen to think it's great, but hey, I made it, right? So now let's just jump right into it. We'll start off um, with the date. Usually, what I like to do is just start to prime my mind with what that means. So today is Thursday. It is July 2nd. Woot woot. Um, Long month ahead right now. But with that being said, it is a short week, so we don't have any trades on Friday. We're going into a holiday weekend. So just bear that in mind. Kind of explains why we didn't really have a trend. I mean, well, no, why we broke out of that normal consolidation day on Wednesday. Wasn't really expecting much, but IWM gave us a beautiful layup, and I was able to get a play off of SPY. But in my post journaling, I was able to see that we kind of did low key miss IWM, but it's because of the way I had set up my indicators. So, just grateful for the opportunity to put in that 3 minute call entry. For those of you who are here from yesterday, you'll know. What we'll do is I'm going to elaborate more so on SPY, and then we should be able to cruise through on QQQ and IWM in terms of how I look for my setups. As I'm doing that, I'm also just eyeballing if we had any major moves. QQQ looks like it had a major move to the upside pre-market. Um, But that being said, I have also seen, like for example, for a pre-market move. Let me change my pen colors. I've seen a pre-market move, for example, for a 4 hour, and then a 30 minute will come in a different direction, and that actually kind of tracks. You have lower time frames that kind of kick in, same way that you would expect with um, with the lower time frames, right? It's just it's happening over a long period of time. So like I told you before, these steps usually just take me a matter of seconds, but because I'm talking it through, it can seem a little bit, like a long time. 300 levels are very important with how I use my indicator, but it's so far down. We'll keep an eye on it, obviously, every day. And then we get into the week, and you can see here, this is even before I started using this indicator, I believe. This was, yeah, in February. I hadn't started using it yet, but woo, wouldn't that have been so cool? Now, that being said, we could kind of try to come back in and touch into these bullish areas and stuff like that. I mean, into this block right here. So for the most part, the band is snipping. So I'm just gonna go to the day and try to zoom in a little bit. Yeah. For some reason, like lately, the day hasn't been like the hottest thing for me. I took like a 4 hours there. I feel like I start to get most of the tea. And the way I've been doing things lately is I will have let's see, go by this 4 hour block. So anything above here will buy above. I know it's a little different than how other people do it. And then here, we don't want to look for any puts here above this level. This is all bullish territory. That being said, you have a little bit of support here above the 1 hour level and the 4 hour level here. As soon as we cross over here and start to get confirmation to the upside, we can. And part of the other thing I say too is if we haven't hit 100%, then they're gonna try to, know, attain those levels. And then the other thing that you will notice here too is we have this gap. We usually like to go back and forth with the gap, but if we can break above this here, then we'll, start to build to the upside, be patient, and then just really wait for the 4 hour calls above here, so that we can try to get to some level. Now, when I tell you guys to take profit at 30%, look at this. Can't make it up, right? On any time frame, but this is a great illustration, right? So we had the call, fire, we had a retest, and then I'm learning you just be patient, and then as soon as you start to see that long, that strong wick, the upside, this one would have been a little bit difficult, but again, we're dealing with higher time frames, so as long as you do, look for this up here, you should be fine. But yeah, and then so next key levels, 50% is a strong reject level, and then we're gonna probably retest and come back up to the 100%. So that's the game plan, and then we just look for puts below here. 200s are strong moving averages. This is the 4, this is the 8. Not a lot of people use the 4. EMA, but I love it. I'm a fan. And this is the 8. I used to have the 9 on there, but it's like on a day like today, you see what's a lot. So then looking at the 4 hour, I just start zoning into this area. Same thing. Here we did hit 100%, but on the higher time frame, 4 hour time frame, we still have a little bit of work to put in. 30 minutes here. Just looking here at pre-market, we are breaking up to the upside. This is previously high. So the indicator will recalibrate. This is from the day before previous high. But this will recalibrate, and you already see that we're starting to sell off of that previously high. So I feel like we have a pretty nice tight range that we can try to break out of from the day before. And so that being said, yes, SPY, surprisingly, I caught a move off of that one, but I had to leave early. I usually like to see something more on SPY, on the 15 minute, but we do have a breakout forming to the upside there. And for QQQ did have the 4 hours, so if we get confirmation on the lower time frame for some upside, let's just look at the 5 and the 3, see if they are checking in the green. I'm not sure why my computer is kind of overheating. We have a teeny tiny little gap down here. But for the most part, I'm anticipating some bounces off of these 200 moving averages. And then let's just see what's happening on the 3. So it's kind of like a snowball effect. Yeah, so we have a tiny gap down here that we need to, just kind of put in the back of the mind. All right, so now we kind of understand how I approach things. We can cruise right through QQQ and IWM. How are we doing on time? We have put today's date. Yeah, so short week. And then we're just going to finish this up real quick and then go to the news. So it looks like we're opening in between this area. You're going to see when we get to the lower time frames that's the bullish area. And I'm glad I'm doing this too, because since I set up my alerts, I just want to make sure I'm capturing everything. But hey, my eyes, so you see the 300 level mark right here. Let's see, 4 hour. Yeah, so you can see that QQQ, like I said yesterday too, if you just feel like there's just a lot going on, and I actually went in and deleted some of the lines. It's okay. You can just not focus on that one. I haven't been trading QQQ lately because I'm not in a place where I can stomach the volatility of it. But I do like to have it alongside the other ETFs so that when they're all running in the same direction, I just use it as confluence at this point in time. But that being said, I did spend a little bit of time yesterday looking at, or it might have been even early this morning, why there's a call below this split area here. And there were some gaps on the lower time frame that created a crossover in the order block to the upside and a fair value gap to the upside. So, because I was just like, that's really strange. Why would it, but that's how much I pay attention to the details to the best of my ability. Um, Here you can see we have, this is gonna kind of give you insight into why I feel like this is kind of like a no trade zone, because you get caught up in like order block over here, orders to the downside here, 4 hour to the upside here. Um, we did go up to 200%, didn't quite hit that level pre-market, so whoever got in might want to push it back down to get at least 100% before they continue the upside. But we are pre-market feeling bullish. We have a VWAP gap here. I also pay attention to that, but that is also being filled pretty quickly, right? Let's see. Let's get a little bit aggravated because I wasn't. I don't know. My computer's a little bit. So 15 minutes in Q2, we want to break out to the upside. Um, but I usually, for those of you who've been with me for a while, you know that I like to see something in that 15 minutes. We have a little bit more of puts that didn't get satisfied here. Um, so I'm expecting a little bit more volatility. We're going to keep it on the 15 minute. I like to see something on the 15 minute, kind of give us a layup, but only do have a gap below. So QQQ might be, in terms of probabilities, um, looking for calls on SPY, as long as we're above this level, and as long as we don't invalidate this zone right here. And then here's kind of like giving me a C. I would just rate it as a C. It's not the top concentration, just right off the list. My fingers, okay, so here's thinking, like I said, I just always like to just put a pair of eyeballs on this myself. Um, so this is just, and there's other things I've done and used before, but I was like, I need people to be able to replicate what I am doing, and that's why I decided to show you the buy above, sell below, the way that I do it, so that it's, like easier for you. But so I was using the Copilot. I love anything AI for the most part and stuff. I like to play around with it. Let's see here. So 4 hour. Here you can see that I'm keeping that 300 level from before. Um, if we break below here, we can continue to see a little bit more downside. Here, I think that I want to leave it the way I have it here. I don't really think I want to start entertaining puts any sooner than below here. Um, and I think part of it is because we have the day buying block here, but we might want to get back into it. So, you just got to be willing to play both sides. And then on the 4 hour, this is a take profit level, so you might have a little bit of a down. Um, Especially as we try to buy off of like the previous day high here. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with. That's the hand that we're dealt. I think if you've been in profit for this week, anyone will tell you this. Look at this, kind of like consolidation. It's kind of beautiful to see. I love everything that comes with this. But let's go ahead and look at the news. Let's see, 30 minutes. We still haven't satisfied that 100% level on IWM. Um, Looks like we're doing a layup for calls to the upside pre-market. I like to see it. We have some influence for upside on IWM. Um, and on the timing. So yeah, highest probability right now is going to be IWM. It's still in this area where, to me, you kind of will get chopped and screwed around, but compared to how you saw the other ones, jalapeno. Um, Compared to how you saw the other ones, you can see that we have a much cleaner confluence, right? We have calls here, calls in the higher time frames. This is a call zone in and of itself. Whereas I think QQQ had like calls, puts, and that type of thing going on. Let's see here. I might have to go let him out. Let's look at the news real quick. And he knows he's like really good at developing patterns. But I also think there's someone messing with him. Let me see. Oh yeah, I wanted to check the news with you guys, and I also need to just make sure that back in the habit of making sure that when I do this, that you guys, I take you guys back to the chart. So with it being Thursday, we had non-farm payroll. Kind of was flat, interestingly, right, you guys? Pre-market for all three of them. So we had news at 5:30. I might need to start checking the news first, just so that we have a little bit of an idea of what's happening pre-market and really take that, hone in on that. But we did have pre-market data, non-market flat, non-farm sales was forecast at 110. Came in low, 57 or 57K. Unemployment rate is low, ever so times lower. Let's see, jobless claims are up, however. Um, more than last month, participation rate is just about the same. And then if you want to put this on your, so you, you want to put that there's at 7 a.m. there is factory orders. And I say that it's important to put this because you will notice that you trade better with some data. Like I like PMI and stuff like that. I think we kind of do pretty good with that type of data here. I'm going to take a small break and I will be right back. Okay? Gotta go check my little Brunos. Oh my goodness, I hope you guys didn't hear me. StreamYard is always a little glitchy when it comes to the audio. So I hope you guys are able to hear most of that. But I will be right back. Okay? Go ahead and put something on for you. All right, all right, all right. So I was just working on the big monitor while we're on a little interim break there. Bruno has his breakfast, so hopefully we're gonna see if that kind of cultures his making sure everybody's on the correct tab. Go ahead and put down your beginning balance and then make a line for your ending balance, and then you can pull that information up if you don't already have it and write it into your. Because all of this is going to go into your post trading journal. A lot of these big words in the morning. And I always just again like to prime my mind for when I'm writing my capital down. The whole intent is to protect the capital, practice risk management. Um, let's just kind of go over the 17 EQ mindset. I know I don't usually go over the SQs too much during a live. I am trying a new drink today. It's a protein soda by Bear Bells. Let me take that first sip. It has a little bit of protein, and but it also has 200 milligrams of um, yeah, 10 grams of protein, 200 milligrams of caffeine. Give me 1 second here. Hmm, interesting. Okay, so pre-market, you can let me make sure volume is on. You can start to just do a gut check. How's your anxiety? What's your are you emotionally neutral? Are you prone to overtrading? Are you going to try to make up for the week or make up for the fact we're not trading tomorrow? No boredom trades. I know for yesterday we missed IWM, but don't want to take anything to just jump in because we're bored. So just check for that. If you have fear, it could be underlying issues with like maybe anxiety. It's okay. Just sit, watch, observe. Part of the fear comes from not being familiar with what is happening. We'll be back on Monday, God willing, right? So we're back on Monday. We try again. We'll see the scenario again, and we don't have to jump in, right? So it's better to just sit it out if you don't feel you can get your fear under control. Making sure you have clarity. If you have any stress or outlayers, things going on, take these couple of minutes, just like 2 minutes, to just put it in a, I call it the parking lot, and just write everything out and decide, you know what, it's here. It will be here when I get done trading, but I'm going to focus on this because this is going to help resolve probably, good 50% of what is going on in the other realm, right? Okay, so let's see. As we're trading, paying attention to if you have FOMO, I think live streaming for me has been helpful because I can speak out like, oh, I know I'm feeling FOMO, especially over here. Feeling like I'm missing out on the move. I was missing out on the move, but I'm not gonna chase it. Just acknowledge it and be able to be willing to ascend from that. Gonna say the other ones really quickly here. So if you're confused, do not trade. We will see the setup again. Like I said, QQQ is not giving us the best setup right now. Um, and so if there's confusion, guess what? We have alternatives. We have IWM and SPY, right? And if you're just overall confused, just wait until there's clarity. Are you focused? Are you locked in? As we're going about risk management, we're going into the end of the week. I like to consider this Friday. On Fridays, I scale down. This is where so if we're doing multiple contracts for me, I like to just scale down, especially when even if I'm not profitable, but it's not the time to go, you know, ham. So it's a short week. We're not trading tomorrow. Trade conservatively. We want to finish the week strong. Are you able to detach? your ability to make money or lose money, especially I think when you're like beginning and learning a new skill and might possibly lose some profit, being able to detach, this is not impact, this is not an indicator of who you are as a human being. In fact, your ability to cope with it, to do the inner work and not be tied to this, I feel like has made me a much stronger person throughout the years. But yeah, be committed to being detached. And also, this has to do with detaching from the profit. Like, especially with something like this, where it's like, okay, I know that if it hits this level, I'm going to respect my stop loss and stick to the strategy versus trying to like force outcomes. I think if that makes sense. Are we being greedy? Something for you to think about. Strategy drifting. So yeah, we want to make sure. And I've gotten so much better for those of you who've been with me for the past month or so. And on my other channel, it's like I used to just jump in based off of legacy stuff. But as I get more comfortable with just trusting the strategy, this is what we're sticking with. We're waiting for those setups. We're waiting for those retests of those EMAs. We know what happens at different levels. We're not strategy drifting here, right? We do kind of use gap and orb a little bit, but we're not necessarily playing off of those. But for the most part, we're not trying different things outside of that, right? And then last but not least, are we being impatient? So same way I'm coaching you guys, like, be patient, guys. Let's just be patient, be willing to accept that FOMO could be a factor right now. But I hope that that has been helpful for you. I like to draw like a little, we had a sip and paint for my other job yesterday. It was so much fun. Oh my gosh. Like, oh, I want to take my niece and, Thursday. And we painted a hedgehog. I might put it on my Instagram so you guys can see it. Here she is, chunky. I kind of knew I wanted to make it like chubby. It didn't quite come out chubby, but it's chunky. All right, we're opening my broker, and let's be focused on the thing at hand. We're gonna wait for the first 5 minutes. Let the institution sort things out. These two are in that no trade zone anyways. And then this one, I would entertain calls if I can enter comfortably. Um, in the first 5 minutes, but with Robinhood, you're stuck with like limit orders, and so you can start your day off with you wanting to chase the trade. But after the first 5 minutes, I think you have gains for a call to the upside as long as you stay above this level. And then also, what can I say? Yeah, doing a 3 minute put entry on IWM. Let's take a look at it. It's in the zone. That's what happened, you guys. I didn't have a call because I had two puts. So I need to delete one of those. But on the 3 minute, it's in that no trade zone for me. This is a bullish block right here. So I'm just gonna just spit this out. And again, like I said, because of how Robinhood is set up, I don't want to um, I don't want to chase trying to get into something. We did open above the 200. And there's a bullish block down here, you guys. Be careful. These 200s are kind of like trampoline. So I would have liked to see this put maybe below here, and then I would have probably just been take a base hit for 30% here. But just be careful here. Here we're waiting for an validation of this zone right here on the 15 minute, and then to break below here. This is a 4-hour order block here, if you guys remember. Um, and it looks like, so this is people saying hi, people saying, oh, I did mention this before. So we have a nice tight, range that we stayed within yesterday in QQQ. So we should have a nice, I'm hoping we have enough momentum today to break to the upside and fill this gap and continue up, or we're going to break below the previous low and then invalidate the 4 hours zone and go down heading to the weekend. So QQQ, even though the setup is like all over the place, might give us something clean. And then for SPY, um, I like this. We might be starting to entertain some calls here on SPY. I would be willing to entertain some calls on SPY. Ooh, look at that. And actually it already kind of, it's on a much smaller time frame, but they're already hitting 300%. Whenever it hits 300% of something, let's just be, it's gonna do some kind of a pullback. So, yeah. And I can pay attention to that too. Like we did have the 4 hour call entry on, but again, I wanted to beat myself up for not, I did look at the 3 minute, but I don't want to chase in that first where I'm in a limit order and then it's hard to get in and out of stuff. So yes, there was that call entry 3 minutes, that 3 minute entry lower time frame that's coinciding with the 4 hour call level. Yeah, we have that pullback at that 300% level on the 3 minute. Let's just wait for some confirmation on three. If we get a 3 or 5 minute plus five, then I think we'd be comfortable. We have call zone here. Call zone. What does that sound like? A breakfast. Okay. The protein soda. I don't like it. It has like this frothy, but it makes sense why because the protein. I like it, but it's probably healthier than my. There we go. You can pull up SPY if you want. Just cautious too if it was. Yeah. Just, yeah. I've seen some things. You have nice double rejection here, but you have these two overlapping. You're going to get torqued in here. We're, excuse me, already in this zone that's kind of tricky to navigate. It just wants to overheat for no reason. Like, we weren't doing nothing. We didn't have a confirmation on anything on off of the 5 minute, but now we can do market orders. So for me, it's easier to get in and out of trades. We do have a tiny gap here. I did mention this before on the 3 minute, but we would have to go through all of this bullish stuff. Yeah, this 300% level is in like, yeah, beautiful. Okay, we're deciding to go through that. All right, good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. And I think it's because we're getting like all these tiny moves above this 4 hours. Had a little bit of buyers uh, take their profit, or seller take their profit at the 30% level. Oh, Bruno, I cannot with you. He got smart. He waited until I started trading. Um, call entry on SPY, 3 minutes. Let's go for it, you guys. Let's go for it. Their open interest is great. It hasn't shown up on 636. Did I miss it? I'm gonna cancel. I didn't get in time. Um, there's another entry for calls. I missed it. That's the one. But on this country, we could try to put 200%. I'm gonna wait. I feel like I'm fumbling, but we could try to hit the speed to stay high here to beat the target. So hopefully we caught it. And that's what we were looking for. This is why it's so important that this manager, um, like your surroundings too. Like I don't have kids, but my Bruno, golly, ah, uh, gotta stay focused, right? So we are hitting some stop losses from a previous high here, but if we can try, if we were able to maintain above this level, we could get more buyers stuck in here off of this level. So, okay. We will catch the other time. I'm glad we waited, and I hope you could see when I was talking you through like how we hit the 300% not only on the pre-market but also on this indicator. You doesn't matter what time frame, we're gonna have that rejection. So beautiful illustration of how the indicator works and how I've learned to like just navigate and stuff. Whew. Even on the 3 minute, she's just going sell off like that. The people fan. We might want to retest this 4 hour level right here. Where we really want to wait for confirmation is on the 5 minute. Beautiful retest, though. We gotta have a retest, you know. And this has taught me so much stuff, like even with life. There we go. So here we hit 100%. It's a tricky thing to navigate. We did open below the 200 here on IWM. And so if you break below here, just ever so cautiously take your profit along the way because this is still a bullish area. We're in a 30-minute call zone right here. We're recovering nicely here. If you wanted to anything, if we get 5 minute calls, it's a little volatile right now. Wait, do we have data? It's 7, right? And then that's 16 seconds. Beautiful recovery. Nice bounce here. Nice long bounce off of the VWAP and the 8. We got that nice long pull. Okay, try to get in, guys. Try to get in. It failed, and it might not even give us time to. Whoops. Well, I apologize, you guys. In my trying to manage this trade, oh my gosh, I apologize. The good thing is you don't have a lot of people watching. I got out of my trade. Oh my goodness. I apologize, you guys. I hope you're able to kind of navigate what is going on now. Ooh. We are over, I can just eyeball it. We're already over that 300% level. So just be careful. There's some erratic behavior, but I think the goal would be for them to hit previously high. Could have a little bit of seller stepping in here. Okay, let me. Um, it's the best thing we have. Oh my goodness, I don't know. Beautiful. There's previously high. And I have a little bit, there you go, a little bit of sellers stepping in. If they have people with orders there that are just waiting for that. But I want to look and see how much my trade would have been. Okay, could have been up significantly higher. Um, Obviously, but I couldn't see what was happening. We do have a breakout to the downside. I mean breakout to the upside. Of my apologies. To the upside here, it matches with us being in a bullish zone. It looks like we're going to try to have buyers off of this level here, off of previous day high. I was eyeballing it as I was scrambling to reset the screen. Was we also have this was shooting to the upside. So I want you guys to kind of like start to learn how to use your peripheral vision. But these three, I have them the way I do intentionally after a lot of time. Like even on the 1 hour on SPY, there's a 1 hour breakout as well. Remember, I think QQQ had QQQ was doing beautiful into the upside as well. Um, on the 1 hour, you have a nice wick to the upside. If you wanted to entertain calls on QQQ up to the previous day high as well, um, this one, be careful here. Like for sure, if I want to say when you hit this 300% level on the 15 minute, you're gonna have a pullback. All three are surging. We're deciding to end into a financial freedom independence day weekend here. We could have a little bit of sellers stepping in off of this previous month high. But hey, I mean, if everybody's optimistic, you might try to build a base off of here and consider the upside. We are in the 30-minute bullish zone. So, we can be establishing that we want more upside here. We rejected the push. And like I said, we just barely, it didn't quite give you 100%, but we also had that trampoline effect with the 200. And so, yeah, that one, if you played it, it's just quick entry in and out in the first 3 minutes. Yeah. So let's put this back to the 15 minutes. You guys can have a better idea of what's happening. Hi, Brown Brown. I see you. Sometimes you just be nervous too. And I'm gonna put that I got in on the SPY. Was that a? It was another 3 minute entry. So we had a SPY 3 minute entry. Um, IWM is saying that it wants upside on the 5 minutes, so I'll put it up so that you guys can see it. Play this at your risk. I'm not. Oh, actually, calls would be good. I did mention that we're in this area right here is a 4 hour. No, no. Sorry, it's in a 4 hour buy zone, and in or in a 30 minute um, call zone as well. So what's happening? Setup did happen. Oh, you know what's happening here? So previous month high, previous week high. Those sellers, you just gotta start to think of them as like teams are like those haunted houses where it's like um, this is what they do all day every day. They eat off of this. So they were just waiting. They put their orders in there, and yeah. Here you can see the rejection. We're in that percolator zone here, but this was just a retest level of push right here, and you can just see that even though we're in a bullish zone, we're also trying to decide what to do with these 200 moving averages right here. We're doing a beautiful retest and buy off of this like previous day high here on buy, and we're still bullish. We're still above that 4 hour buy zone. Um, I got trigger fingers though. Like I be trying to get sniper entries, but girl, I got in and out in like seconds. Like, I don't know that I would have stayed in much longer, anyways, because I'm very much like into base hits. But at one point, I know I will transition. Oh, there we go. So IWM is running up. It hit 100%, you guys. Don't be greedy. Start to scale. And then we still have to build a base to the upside here, but it looks like we want more upside off the previously high, previous month high. Okay. 300% is just outside of this 30-minute call zone. So you might continue to have this same way how you had sellers waiting for you here. You're going to have buyers up here waiting to buy into this level. Man. Woo! If I had just waited, it's okay. I'm just going to keep track of how much it moves. We might get some confirmation for a 5 minute on SPY. I might test it. The open interest is there. I mean, we've got 39,000 people in a 750 call. So, but this cost is also here too because we're at previous week high. So you could have a little bit of a bounce here. And I mean, a rejection here. And as we approach this 300 level as well, you can have, yeah. So yeah, here you see it, 300% strong rejection. Doesn't matter what level time frame it's at. It doesn't mean that's not going to continue the upside, but there's just a lot of sellers step in at this end, so you might see the same thing here. What are we trying to do? Beautiful, beautiful trade off. You might get some confirmation of the upside on IWM, building a base above here. And you might get an entry as well on SPY. I might try some SPY and just really quickly try to get in and out because this 300% level. I think that objective pretty hard. QQQ, QQQ, they might try to hit previously high as well. It's already starting to sell off of that 300 level. Experiencing anxiety, curiosity, confusion, fear, this is not the time. We did not get confirmation for upside. There's a retest of the previous week high. We're deciding to buy off of that level, it looks like. Okay, so really beautiful. I need to look on the 1 minute just to make sure. I don't realize here. This would have been the time to get in right around here. And so on the 1 minute, as long as you're staying above this is the 4 and the 8, you should be fine. Starting engulfing happening there. Reclaiming territory here. We have data at 7. Here's a higher high there. Ooh, I kind of missed it. Ooh, that was a good jump. Ooh, that was a beautiful jump. I love to see it. All right, so here we're on to bigger things on IWM. Beautiful, beautiful play here. Um, Strong bullish engulfing. And then here, let's look at the 15 minute because we said that this is a 300% level from the previous time. Oh, although I'm not seeing it on there. So, I'm just going to expect some flowers there. We also have data at 7, so we can be patient and wait until the data drops. I do feel FOMO-ish. But hey, we just manage what is in front of us. I don't think I would take anything unless it's like a 1 day or 1 week or 1 month, and I would just do a tiny scalp base hit, just giving you a heads up as we get ready for 8 minutes out. But yeah, so we're gonna hit this cut into 300% level here on SPY. We're trying to build previous week high. We are in a new month, so I think we're gonna try to establish like this previous month high. We're gonna try. I think May and June we stayed in a range where we just could not take above that previous month, you know, level. So, but who am I? That's just my observation. It'll be interesting on yours too, what that looks like. I'm gonna have to yell a little bit of Bruno. One moment. Oh, boy. He's in trouble. He's Bruno Contagious call. So, let's see there. So we got a little bit of time. We have data at 7 minutes. Here on QQQ, you kind of still want to wait until we break up the previous day high. Like, if you think to be patient, but we are in a bullish zone here. It is kind of break to the upside. I would say between, well, yeah, you do have like support of the buys here. But you also had a 15-minute retest of puts here, which is kind of like a trampoline. That's how I look at that. So it's kind of like I expect a little bit more retesting of this area. Then if you get confirmation to the upside, you can be conservative. There we go. We got some sell off at that level. If we fall below previously high, we can have a little bit more of a downside. Is it QQQ is the one that had a 4 hour um, entry to the upside? Yeah, down here. Look at the 30-minute and see. If you get confirmation like on the 30-minute on QQQ, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we were kind of, yeah, let's just kind of stay on the 15-minute. We're 5 minutes out from the top of the hour. There's always like usually a pullback to VWAP with these ETFs. So told you we would sell off at that 300% level. Now, how much? Let's just observe. Because when this plays again, especially on the 15-minute, hey, B, it's gonna full port. No, I'm just kidding. I have to say I'm just kidding really quickly because I tend to come across serious, but out of all of my siblings, we all have a different sense of humor. But because I'm supposed to be the serious one, I will say something like, "Yeah, but next time we see this, let's full port." And if I don't say just kidding quickly, no bueno. And then it's really not funny, especially if it wasn't understood the way my humor is. Like it's not supposed to be something you do, but oh yeah. So we have sellers continue to step in here on the previous week high. This would have tested their stop losses a little bit, but we continue to have a little bit more downside here. We continue to and below trip, below keep it stay high. depending on how much they want to hold before they re-enter or because we never really we soared right through it, right? So we never really gave the Say Hi people a chance to get their puts for today. They just kind of go home to their husbands and wives and kids, happy for the weekend with a green market. That's what we're trying to do. And but the Bears, I love me a good short. I think I need to do more short, like yeah. But one of the things I learned is learning to play both sides. Like I actually had to pay somebody to show me how to do a take puts um, and stuff. This is what it is. It'd be because you want to learn how to play both sides, and I think that I've learned that lesson over and over again, and that's part of the strategy, right? Um, sometimes I'll be like, oh, yeah, today's fairly bearish, but I don't know how to get in and out of this trade. And so I'm looking for the same thing for futures. I haven't found a good teacher yet, and the people who are teaching futures right now, um, I've taken other stuff from them, and I couldn't pick up what they were putting down. And so I'm just actively, my tentacles are listening out for anybody who can teach futures the way that I learned. So, and I think most of the hard work is done with like just learning how things flow. Um, so it's not that you're learning from scratch. You're just moving to a different platform and a different ticker. That kind of we have a little bit of a slowdown here. We're 52 seconds out from the top of the hour. Like I said, I can put you guys on the 1 hour so you can see, but we're going to have, I anticipate always a pullback to VWAP or just a retest of a major level at the top of the hour. I couldn't tell you how many times the girl has gotten caught up in that 1 hour thing where I'm like, oh, we're going to go to the moon. So here you can see we're clearly bullish. We're trying to break to the upside, but we're gonna need to retest these levels. So we might stay in here. Might want to wait for confirmation of upside from here. And then I think yesterday the only one I didn't put. I like to put this. No, you got me last time. You're not gonna get me this time. Bruno. All right, I want this to be to the front. Oh, it's already to the front. Okay. Well, I can't see the VWAP. Can't. Okay, yeah. So we did open above VWAP, but we're gonna want to retest these levels right here before we have buyers step back in. So let's just wait for confirmation for buy entry on SPY. We're clearly bullish. Same thing here on QQQ. We opened above the even the VWAP. Pay attention to that. We opened above the 200 moving average here. Ooh, beautiful buy off of that 50 level though. On the 1 hour, you might be okay on the QQQ. As long as you can see above this 4 and this right here, you're watching on a lower time frame, like maybe let's go back down to the uh, minutes. Let's go down. If we can break above this candle right here, oh, there you go. Yeah, you might want to. You can probably entertain some puts. I mean, some calls to the upside here. This is what I noticed this from yesterday. So you can probably hold until Tuesday. I'm not jumping in QQQ. Couldn't get me to touch it. Just be careful too. All three of the ETFs are selling off top of the hour. Doesn't mean that we're bearish. It's just here it is. It's testing. It's touching that VWAP. 4 might fill this gap right here again. This VWAP gap. Uh, but let's just wait for a strong wick to the upside. There we go. We're starting to wick up off of here. Let's go back. here. Go back here. Beautiful, beautiful butt. This is good. This is looking good for SPY. Let me see. Let me just make sure I can give you guys a clean. Yeah, I feel like I could try some calls on SPY. There's a lot of volume in there. I always get a little bit FOMO. I'm not even gonna lie. So I'm gonna get into some calls here. Hopefully I didn't teach you guys. I'm just gonna do a tiny base hit. It's my second trade, so I'm not trying to do nothing too crazy. Let's see if Robinhood was able to fill my order. It did. All right, I'm gonna get out. It gave me a little funky. Yeah, we can always keep complaining. I try not to, prefer not to. But um, that is my last trade for today, and I'm officially done at 7:03. And I did 3 trades. I think I might have done two, because I'm on my journal thing. I only have, so here I did calls on SPY. And I have my other chart that's also beyond the Discord. My entry was above this buy level, so, but it was based off of, I'm going to put base off of 5 minutes. Because it wasn't an entry, so I did low-key kind of break my rules based off of 5 minutes time frame. But I did not, I'm going to put here, did not enter on entry. So can kind of ding myself in terms of quality. I'm going to go check on my dog. I'm done trading for today, but you can, wait for a reset. He's even activating me, my little fur baby. I'll be right back. Let me see what this. Okay, I don't really like that. Like music too much. I like the other one, which is like space. So there we go. We got another retest of beautiful bounce here. on SPY. Sell-off is not as bad, but it looks like we do want to buy off the previous week high. I'm sorry. Just be careful again here too. I think we're trying to hit this 300% from a previous um, call signal. So just be careful here. I think when you think about, there's people who will buy off the previous day low and then try to ride it to previous day high. That's what they're trying to go for. We're still staying above the 8 here. A lot of people like to use 8 and 9 as their entry and exit. So as you can see, I like to use 4. I would have already gotten stopped out. We did kind of open right above it, but that just means I get in and out of my trades quicker. Um, the 1 hour, you can still, this one you can still wait a little bit more for a more upside, but it's okay. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Yeah, you kind of want to wait for confirmation for breakout above this level here, but we still are in a bullish area, especially on a 1 hour time frame on SPY. We have beautiful buy here off of VWAP, and they're trying to buy back up previous week high, previous month high here. We're still above the 8 on the 1 hour here. Yeah, looks like we're trying to, not successfully. We don't want to stay too long below here, otherwise we're going to start to snowball back down. Like in the next 5 seconds, let's see what happens. Yeah, so we're going to start snowballing down because we opened below VWAP here. Um, we're still staying above the 8 here. Here, there's that retest of the puts off the 15-minute level. It's still in the bullish zone, but if it invalidates, it's still bullish, and I'm going to tell you why. Because this is a 4-hour buy zone, and you're still above the 200. You're still above VWAP. We kind of knew that going in, with QQQ that we were going to kind of get chopped and screwed a little bit. We were hoping for a trend, but it has not been your friend today. This is normal. So this right here, this, the 1 hour, we didn't quite get that touch of that VWAP that we wanted to. I think we tried to buy off of the previous week high, and same way how we failed. Oh, got them. Ever since like by stepping in here, yep, beautiful. Trying to buy up that zone. Let's see if they can hold it. This one did not. On iRussell, we weren't able to, and you could hear me when I was like, oh, we're kind of like just really much lower than I would have liked to see. We lost ground here on the previous week high, previous month high, and so looks like we're gonna be opening below this 8. There's a lot of traders like to get, if we open below this, they're gonna start, and so you're gonna get that snowball effect, right? Here, anytime you have the top of the hour, there's always a retesting of VWAP. Yeah, we lost ground here, so if we lose that momentum, you're gonna have people starting to let go of their stuff. Sellers from previous week high stepping in. Let's see what happens with VWAP. It happens to line up with previous day high. They're trying to recover, y'all. They're trying to recover. All three are trying to recover, but we're just gonna wait. Let me finish drinking my protein, caffeine soda. I will not be drinking this again. It's okay. Like if I'm on the road and I know I'm trying to eat healthy, I would take it. It's Bear Bell's protein soda, sweet cherry flavor, 10 grams of protein, 200 milligrams of caffeine, but I taste the things in life. All right, I'm gonna start. I think I'm gonna try to I'm gonna be logging off early today. I'm gonna go into work early so I don't have to stay an extra half an hour. Um, Still got my responsibilities. Ooh, I need to remember to buy a lip gloss for my bed. Okay, right now. Okay, beautiful buy here. Beautiful. Okay, buyer stepping in. This is great because in terms of the 8 minute time frame, they're going to try to get that candle close above VWAP and above previously kind of, they're attempting to. So if you can break above here, I will move it to the lower time frame so that you can get a sniper entry here. Got to break out here. Looks like they're going to try to build some more upside. Beautiful bounce off of the VWAP. We're able to maintain this bullish zone. It didn't get invalidated. And so you can start to look for some buys up into previous day high. This is a very healthy retest right here. Mm-hmm. And this is good. I'm just careful. I'm just gonna pay attention to how price reacts to this 300 level. Um, Technically, we should be bullish, especially on the higher time frame, the 1 hour. Over here, we're kind of close that candle out above previous month high, previous week high. Okay, right in the journal. Mm-mm. Thank you, Lord, for my food, my daily bread. And if you have, I think it did two today. I think it was only two because for some reason I feel like it's two. Even like, I think it was two. I did two today. Mm-mm. Yeah, I didn't get on any trades based off of entry. So that's kind of something I can ding myself on for today. I prefer to get in on entry stuff, so I'm gonna write myself a little Japanese love note for next month for Monday. Remember to get in on entries. I was kind of jumping the gun a little bit with these. Mm-hmm. 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 Did I take a trade on IWM today? I did not. I have not for 2 days. SPY. For those of you who've been looking, oh, beautiful. I like what I'm seeing here. I like what I'm seeing here. I like it. I like it. There we go. Just be careful with that 300. As soon as it hits that 300, we're gonna get the smack of their life. Well, we're looking bearish here on the lower time frame. There we go. It didn't even give you guys that 300. It's already starting to that volume here. bears. All three of the ETFs are wanting some downside. Okay, we're gonna start cascading down. Open below the 8 on the 1 minute. It's gonna have a snowball effect. It's gonna start to ripple down. Let's see, 3 minute. See what they do with the previous week high. It's gonna have to invalidate this zone here. This one might be more of a surprise to people. I think that the 15 minute in the grander scheme of things, yes, on the 1 hour there was the bullet zone, but this 300%. Let's just see how deep it can go. Um, it's not the same like I think the 1 day or the 3 months where we dropped like $3 to $6. So let's just see how deep it goes down. Here you could see first rejection, second rejection, third rejection. We're still contending with tighten this up to them. We're still contending with previous week high. Beautiful buy off of that previous week high. We want it because we want to finish strong for SPY. Not just going into the long weekend, but trying to get that Friday rally effect. SPY is just struggling. If you kind of know how orb looks, that first 5 minute candle, or this is the first 15 minute candle, but we attempted to break to the upside, but we're just still in that opening range. We're still in that 15 minute opening range. Same here with QQQ. We had a beautiful, if they did orb, what we don't. But I just like to see what it means in terms of like the range that we're in. They would have gotten a nice, um, they got to the upside and gotten a little move there. Not quite the previous day high that they were hoping for, but we're back into that range. Um, I think SPY did pretty good too. Well, this is on the 3 minute. But yeah, we're buying up off of that previous week high. Look at the rejection here off of the fourth. We're watching the lower time frame, so there's going to be kind of like a snowball effect. If it can recover and continue to build a base here off of previous week high, then the thing is like once you cross over, it doesn't mean, especially with the 300 level, just be so careful with it. I'd rather you do your base hits. And the second one, like I said, I didn't. I don't think people are waiting for the E's and the entries. That's something I'm gonna have to sit with over the weekend. Winning day, green day. But as I'm looking at my notes, um, I don't see the E's on there. So I'm gonna write myself a note for Monday. Just gonna have some sell-off happening here. Not too incredibly surprised with what the 300 level here, but like I said, on the 1 hour, we wanna, as bullish as we are, we always, and I remember joking about this. The These ETFs, they love them some VWAP, honey. I think was it SPY? I was like, listen, SPY, gotta check in. What does this do? VWAP. Oh my goodness. If it's just a kiss, something, just a little tight like tap, and then go about his business. If I remember correctly, it was SPY. SPY love it, some VWAP. Let me tell you. So lost some ground, but just buying off of that VWAP almost lined up with that previous day high. So it's introducing me to a little bit of top, but you know, you're just looking for buy-in levels. Next key levels, four, like I said, not a lot of people use four. It gets them in and out of trades maybe sooner than they'd like. But next level would be the four here. I mean the eight EMA, this blue line. But then you'd be retesting into this call zone. And then the problem is if you get below previously high, you're gonna have some lurkers, some bears waiting for you right here to take it further down to the downside. But we are overall bullish. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off of here in 7 minutes. I still need to do my hair and makeup. I still like to get dolled up. I really do. I do. I will try to help you guys out here with what's happening on IWM. We're still in that kind of, ooh, interesting. Okay. So yes, we did hit 300%. I talked about this. Same sell-off you're seeing here is that sell-off. We never really quite made it above 300% on that entry. But now we're kind of trying to decide. We opened below VWAP. No bueno. No, and below the 8. We did have some tiny gaps, but they look like they're going to try to resolve down here. Practice your risk management, but it looks like they're trying to break to the downside. I consider these 200s like rubber bands or like trampolines. So you might get a light pickup of these and then back up to the upside. Be careful here. We got these are both green, so I don't know if they're gonna try to resolve these tiny little gaps down here. Since they're down there anyway, it feels like we're gonna have that candle close on the 5 minute below the VWAP. I mean below the 200. Yeah, they're gonna try to go for this gap fill here. They're so tiny. Like if it was bigger, you might have a little bit, but yeah, they're gonna try to fill these gaps, honey. Ooh, I'm tempted to do puts, yo. Am I gonna get that profit? I'm pulling up my orders on IWM. I'm gonna do a small. Ooh, I already missed out some of it. I'm gonna hold until we get to. Let's see. I'm gonna try to hold until we get through that second gap. I'm gonna give it to the resets of the. We can have a reset Ooh, we can have a retest of the 200. What I could have done a little bit better, I felt like I got in my trade below here, which we had already gotten into this gap. But could have waited a little bit more for a little bit more confirmation or downside here. When we fill that second gap, I'm going to get out right at the 30% level. So it's going to fill this gap right here. That's where I got in an entry. All right, let's get out if it's going to let me. Okay, filled my order. It wasn't worth the, but it's okay. Yeah, so they fill those gaps. Okay. All right. I spoke it into existence. I took a third trade. But this one was an entry, and it was a 5 minute. Okay. Looks like on QQQ, you want some levels below here. You can, we're invalidating this 4 hour block here. It's a little bit different than IWM because IWM we have a 1 day zone, but here we're below previous day low, so we have shorts here. We're below VWAP, we're below the 8, so they're starting to exit their trade as well. And you have sell-off on SPY. So all three are bearish, they're moving to the downside. Because next level here is at 8. You hate to see it, especially when you're in a trade and you're bullish and you're hoping for that rally. But it looks like, what's the sentiment? We don't want to hold on to anything, regardless of how optimistic we are going into the weekend. We got that sell-off. We're also approaching an hour. Um, we're also approaching an hour. We look at this, bought right into that 4 hour zone, buyer steps right in, right back off of that level. Okay. And you can see it more so here. Here they might go for previous day low, and then you'll get some buyers step in. Yeah, that last move, I feel, but we all know this. Robinhood are terrible on their sales. I use it, but I think I really like how other, what do you say, traders are very verbal about it's not the best platform, but we do the best with what we have. And and it does kind of make me feel a little bit stronger. I am a little bit sensitive that people are happy and stuff, but yeah, that terrible feel on my order. And I'm gonna put here remind. I'm gonna put a star reminder for myself for Monday. Remember, wait for E. The letter E for entry. Because I only did one entry. Um, oh, we got some confirmation here if you want to on QQQ. This is a little bit tricky because they can revalidate this 4 hour zone. But you are below the VWAP, you're below the 200s, you're below the 8, and you're also below the previous day low. So it's just testing stop losses right now. But if you can continue to hold below here, like if you're not in it yet and you're waiting for some like a strong wick to the downside and start to have lower time frames open below here, and then below here, you're gonna have more downside. That being said on QQQ, we got a gap down here. It's a little ways out, but one thing I've learned is, we are having that reversal we always talk about at that 50% level. I am tempted to put like 80% here. I know some traders like to get out at 80%, but for the most part, you get the point. I kind of like the gap, but yeah, this 50% is normal. They're rejecting off of this block area. I would say slightly. Um, and yeah, out of all the three, This one is in a buy above level. This is the buy zone here. Um, it's kind of like I said, even though it's bullish, you only want to be looking for calls here, and or just not even trade in this zone. I'm gonna leave this on the 1 hour here for you guys. You might get closer to the end of like if we break out above here, you might get especially since you're dealing with the 4 hour level here. This is the previous 100% level here. So even though this is a 15 minute, um, on the 4 hour, we might try to hit this on Friday. Today, Thursday. I'm gonna leave this on here for you guys because at least you're gonna get that one hit from here. I do like to leave you on the 15 minute, and then same thing here with IWM. I'm gonna leave you on the 5 minute time frame. And I'm gonna shorten it just a little bit too, so that you guys can see if you get above here. This is kind of like a no trade zone, but willing to entertain puts below here. Um, it hasn't hit 100% yet, so now that they're retesting, you might get that 100% and touch the previous day low here. You might. It's all probability for mismanagement. All right, so I'm gonna go. Even I just hit my time limit. I put my app to start cutting down when I've hit an hour. So just another thing I do for myself to make sure that I manage my trade responsibly, that I don't go into over trading, especially after an hour when we're having decision fatigue, and especially with passive trading. You guys have an amazing 4th of July weekend. Um, do not over leverage. And may the fourth be with you. I didn't get to do this for drinking, so drink company. I'm just a baby. Happy 4th of July weekend. But we're gonna get better at this. You know, my neighbors, I will say this, they celebrate every week. And so they will have like what's the name of the, like when they sing with the bands and stuff? They be celebrating Juneteenth too, honey. A day off is a day off. But we celebrate the important moments. Our nations have been through a lot. We have football going on in the background. We about to hit 100% here. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's do. What are we gonna do it live for your girl? We got some confirmation for more downside here. Take profit at 30%, and again at 50% here, and then just wait for those retests for the lower side. Everything seems to be selling off. SPY is kind of wanting to buy off of this 4 hour zone though. Um, yeah, let me just, ooh, beautiful. All right, I'm not gonna give you that 100%. Let's see if they're gonna give you that final push. No, is that what we're doing? IWM. 50% always has a savage like pullback. Okay, let's move back into that zone. And a few minutes, kind of towards that 30% here. Yuck. Yuck. That's nasty. That's not nice. You're not quite giving me that 100%. I had a little bit of time. I'm not gonna, because I was like, oh, I can bring my hair and makeup stuff out here. My partner was like, no, I'm already done with a lot of my morning tasks. I don't need that much time to get ready. But I do want, I'm going to hop off. Like I said, I don't want to be staying longer than I have to. All right, you guys. This one makes sense because we're bouncing off of this 4 hour. If you can break above here and here, you can into such interesting calls, but wait for that breakout confirmation here. Take profit here. This continues to be bearish as long as you stay below this level here, you're below RD. And then on IWM, this one we have a 1 day walk down here, but it might want to retest this one day call area. So just do with that what I will. Once it hits 100 and you get to previous day lows there, you might have buyers step back in and attempt to validate. This is kind of like a percolator zone. Right? So percolator zone is about here. Try to stop seeing them on. I don't think it's going to stop too much. Rejected off of the 4. Um, but the real retest level is usually like the 200 or like the 8. Alright, I'm definitely hopping off in the 1 hour and 1 minute and 30 seconds here. I just want to see if it's going to give you guys that 100%. I'm just cleaning up my workspace. I did not like that protein thing, but I'm going to take that to work. Protein and take my vitamins with it. So, let's do that. This is my workspace needs for Monday. On the QQQ, now this is interesting. Let me show you guys something. There was a pre-existing 1 hour put. Entry for put. I don't know if you guys can see it here. But there's a lot, like I said, going on in TV. But they actually hit their 100% from before. So y'all already told you how I feel. So you can, oh, this is crazy with that, off that 100% level. So we might get right back up into this zone. These 200 are like, these 200 EMAs are like trampolines, like our van. So you can have a little bit of a pullback here, but they have satisfied their 100%. Now that being said, if they continue to break below this, because this is entry for calls to the upside, they're testing the stop losses for people who are in long or have upside. But if we continue to break below here, you'll continue to get more downside, and then it will just snowball down into here. Okay, so we have a candle close. I'm gonna hop off, you guys. I'm gonna leave you on a good time frame here so that you can kind of have a good idea of what you are dealing with. Yeah, I think this is gonna give you the next best setup here. Um, it didn't quite give you 100%. Doesn't mean that it can't, you know, come back down and get it to you. But I hope it does if you are in puts. I'm leaving this here because I really don't want you to get into any puts below unless it invalidates these zone here. On side, just don't do it. Whereas here we're in the sell below level on the 4 hour level, and it's invalidating this. And then you have these this gap down here. IWM, like I said, you can it's workable. So stay responsible, you guys. Have an amazing weekend. I'll catch you on the flip side.